All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Mr. Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the file number case CBC 2020-06. The Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veselio, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krsnić. Thank you, Your Honors.
I note that the accused are all present in court today. We will now continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W03873. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. I note for the record that duty counsel is for W03873 is present in the courtroom. Good morning, witness. Good morning, duty counsel. Today we're going to continue your testimony. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, please ask the attorney to repeat it, or if you don't, if it needs to be clarified, please ask them to do so, and they will try to do that. Also, please try to remember to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you, you are still under an obligation to tell the truth, as stated by you in your solemn declaration on Monday. I also remind you that the assurances provided by you by the panel are still applicable, and that the refusal to give testimony may be sanctioned with the imposition of a fine. Please also remember to speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering your question, and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. Mr. Potch, you indicated you may have some additional questions. Is that correct? Just a second.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't have questions.
Okay. Yes, counsel.
Honorable Court, good morning to everyone. I have the impression that I was not allowed yesterday to fulfill my duties appropriately. During the questioning of my client, when Judge Metro was asking questions, I raised my hand repeatedly and I was ignored. I was not allowed to express my views. My purpose was to prevent him speaking on camera about the conviction for which he was rehabilitated, and I would have wanted this not to be broadcast. I would kindly ask for this to be removed from the public broadcast. I also have another matter to raise.
Connection with possible self-incrimination.
It has to do with the dignified treatment of my client, which I think is one of my duties here, to preserve his dignity. During the questions put to my client by Judge Metero, I will try to paraphrase and not quote him because I do not have it in front of me. The issue of the conviction of Salih Veseli was raised. The judge, I'm paraphrasing him, said Salih Veseli was convicted, and my client answered saying he was convicted and then later released. And then the judge added, yes, but he was again convicted from his position. Now, from this position, which the question was asked from, my client said, I do not know. I was not able to verify and double-check this yesterday. I then had enough time to check, and I can confirm that Salih Veseli was released by a final decision. Because of the position of my client, I would like to kindly ask for my client to be treated in a dignified manner. I apologize for my intervention, but I believe this was my duty. Thank you.
That was asked yesterday, was he convicted? And the answer was yes, he was convicted. The fact that he was later released does not change the fact that he had been convicted. We will proceed now. Mr. Dixon, I believe you led off, so I think you can lead off on the questions
Yes,
concerning the judge's questions.
Thank you, Your Honours. Mr. Greco, good morning. I have just a few follow-up questions for you. If I could ask you, please, just to answer the question shortly that I ask, and then we can get through this speedily. You understand?
Yes, I understand.
In relation to a question that Judge Bartha put to you yesterday, this is at page 32, line 11 onwards of the transcript. He was asking and referring to a document dated the 14th of March 1999. That's P500. And your answer in relation to that matter was the following. I'm just going to read it so you can orientate yourself. During the war, I was at the General Staff on 3 occasions. I always tried to maintain the contact through my command. I do not recall to have contacted the General Staff without notifying the commander, apart from the documents we read yesterday. Do you remember saying that yesterday?
Yes, counsel.
So that there's no confusion, in relation to the document of 14 March 1999 that was referred to yesterday, it's correct, isn't it, that you did say in your testimony that this document was, I believe you said, given to Commander Drini or Sadiq Halit Yaha, who was his deputy commander. And I believe that through the command, I sent it to where it was supposed to go. You said that in your testimony. For those following, that's at page 22723, line 17. Is that correct?
Yes, counsel.
Evidence that it was, as far as you recall, sent through your zone command, but you don't know whether it was sent up further. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Moving on, another question that Judge Bartha was inquiring about. He was asking whether Commander Drini and Tahir Sinani after him, whether it was up to the commander to inform and to report to the General Staff. That's at page 33, line 22 onwards. And your answer, sir, was you said, yes, sir, if he, that's the commanders, deemed it necessary and reasonable to report my proposals and notifications to the command, it was his duty to inform the General Staff. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, sir.
Following on from that, you were asked by His Honour whether or not you had heard of any complaints by members of the General Staff that they did not receive important information through the zone. And you said, I never had a complaint from any of the commanders, be it Commander Drini or Tahir Sinani, or information that a complaint had arrived from the General Staff about my reporting or lack of it on the positions and movements of the enemy forces. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
To ask you just as a follow-up from that, it's correct, isn't it, that you don't know one way or the other what information was sent by your commanders at the zone command, Drini or Sinani? You don't know what was sent on to the General Staff.
It is correct that I did not know what they reported to the General Staff from those reports.
So it follows that you don't know what the General Staff received and what they did with the information they received, if they got any information. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then moving forward, another question from Judge Barter, and this is at page 51, line 22 onwards. You were asked by His Honour if it was important to you to provide information to the General Staff as well about what you saw and experienced. So was it important to you or not? And you said, certainly it was, and I thought that there was a structure. I thought that the General Staff had a well-organized structure which would receive all our reports that we were sending from the ground, that they would analyze, assess them, and have a clearer picture of the movements, including those of the enemy. Do you remember giving that answer to His Honour?
Yes, sir, I remember.
Dhe kam menduar gjithmonë
And I always thought that my reports were indispensable to inform the General Staff. It is true that I thought that they had a large and sector to analyze the movement of forces throughout Kosovo. This is what I thought. Was my opinion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Greka. I understand that, but it's correct that you don't know actually what information the General Staff received and what they did with any information they received. That's right, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answers 2 questions ago, precisely the same.
Sustained.
I was merely following up, but if the answer is clear on the record, I'll move on, Your Honours.
It's clear.
Thank you. Another follow-up question, which you haven't addressed directly, is it's correct, isn't it, Mr. Trajaku, that you don't know how the General Staff itself worked? You don't know about its inner workings, do you?
është e vërtetë, zotrin.
It is true, sir. I did not know.
Before any reports back from them, that is the general staff or any people in the general staff, through your zone commander. Is that right?
Prosecutor avokat.
That's right, counsel. Never during that time period, 4 or 5 months and 4 days, during my functions as chief of G2 in Pacific Operational Zone during the war, I never received an order, request, or notification from the General Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
And also, you don't know if the general staff met on a regular basis, if at all. You have no knowledge of those details, do you?
Josotri nukam.
No, sir, I don't. And I didn't.
In the questions that followed from Judge Barter, you asked about a interview that you had given to the SBO, where you had said, whereas Kadri Vasili and the general staff, he had the same responsibilities, duty to inform Azim Shala just as I did. And then you go on to look at it applying throughout the whole of Kosovo. Do you remember being asked about that?
Prosecutor.
Yes, sir, I remember.
Position was put to you by His Honor. Would you agree that based on your statement, it was even more important that the General Staff was well informed of what was going on in the 7 operational zones? And you said, this is how I thought it should be. Do you remember saying that?
Prosecutor.
Yes, sir, I remember.
The fact is, though, sir, that you don't have any information yourself, direct information about what were the responsibilities of Mr. Kadri Vasili or others in the General Staff. That's right, isn't it?
Prosecutor.
That's right, I said that too.
Thank you. And I just want to finally ask some questions about matters that were put to you by Judge Metro, and that was concerning documents dated the 18th and 19th of August 1999. Do you remember those questions that you were asked about those 2 documents, and you were shown them side by side yesterday?
Prosecutor.
Yes, counsel, I remember.
You were asked questions about the documents being found in your house in Prizren in May 2001.
Prosecutor.
Yes, sir, that's right.
I just want to ask you some follow-up questions about how those documents got to your house in Prizren. They were presumably documents that were kept in the zone command headquarters in Nishor during the war. Is that right?
Këto dokumente
These documents were in my archive. I always kept a copy for my archive. During the war, I dug a hole and buried that archive to preserve it, either for a museum or for a court or for whatever it may be needed in our state. So these were my archives during the war.
Kept where? At the headquarters in Nishor during the war?
arkiva ime
My archive was always kept in the office, but not all the documents. We also had a small secret bunker where I kept older documents. If we needed to refer to or go back to for clarifications or verifications. Therefore, I kept them well until the end of the war. They were not always in my office because we also moved from one location to another.
So it's right then that in order for all of those documents that are there in the office and in the bunker to get to your home in Prizren, you would have gathered them up from time to time as you moved and eventually taken them to your house in Prizren where they were later discovered by UNMIK. Is that right?
That's right.
Gathering up those documents, you were taking your documents in the office, those in the bunker, you were gathering all documents that were there from many people. Is that how you recall it?
To my recollection, I took with me only my documents that were in my archive.
That were in the bunker. You said there were documents kept there in a secret bunker. Did you take those with you to your home address in Prizren?
Yes, Counsel, including those. I took them home. Some were shown here in court. They were contemporaneous to wartime.
That while you were gathering those documents and when you took them to your home in prison, you weren't reviewing them on a regular basis. You just kept them for records, potentially to be looked at later.
That is right, Your Counsel. I don't think I've read them after the war either. I just kept them, preserved them as an evidence of my modest contribution.
Your home in Prizren after the war, were you?
I think this was just covered. Read is another version of review. I don't understand the repetition of the same question so the objection is asked and answered.
Overruled, go ahead.
I think that I did not read or reread my documents after the war. I did not need to. Had any institution, any relevant institution, any court, any museum asked for them, or any higher institution, I would have delivered all of them. I kept them, but I had no need to have them.
And your wife, Pekka, who was the assistant or administrator in your section, did she also have documents that she kept and gave to you to store at the home in Prizren?
As a matter of fact, all these wartime documents were put in a bunker and kept in a safe place by my wife. I was busy with other matters, dealt with other issues on the ground, operational matters. I think she was the most suitable person to keep and preserve those documents which survived wartime up until the moment I was arrested.
She assisted you, or maybe did the main part of the work in gathering up all of the documents and taking them to your house in Prizren. Is that how it happened?
Supposedly.
That's correct.
Read one part of the interview that you gave to the investigating judge. Judge Metro put various parts of this to you yesterday. I don't think it need be called up, just to save time. I'll read it onto the record because there's no Albanian anyway, and I just want to ask you one question about it. It's on page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's the very part that Judge Metro was asking about. Here you have the investigating judge showing you the second page of Annex A to the Order of Expertise containing the handwritten letter with the title Statement by Committee Krasniqi. The witness reads the document, and then in response you say, I read it, but if it was in my file, it could be. I cannot deny or affirm it. I cannot remember. I only accept the previous document because of my signature on it. That's the document of 19 August 1999, to be clear. But for this statement, when I was arrested, I had 400 kilograms of documents. So I don't know whether this was part of this. Do you remember giving that answer to the investigating judge in the case in Kosovo?
Supposedly.
Yes, sir. I do remember. I gave this statement while I was detained in 2002.
The reason why you said you simply can't remember, the reason being because you hadn't gone through and reviewed all the documents over the time that it had been there in your house or before.
Supposedly.
That's right.
We have heard that it was a huge number of documents. Are we talking about thousands of pages?
Supposedly. But
Yes, sir. We're talking about thousands of pages, which happen to be there. I also had other documents, and Your Honor, I offered to the prosecutor a video footage which I had not filmed, but this was filmed by the ICTY, the Hague Court. I have submitted over 3,000 kilograms of documents to the court. In my work, I dealt with a lot of papers and documents and assisted the court with these. Some of them happened to be in my home, my house, when I was arrested in 2001.
Thank you, sir. Could I now please call up two documents, and this is my last part of the questions for you just to look at. The first is SPO E000358842 to 000360049, and it's at page 147 of the PDF. Your Honours, this is the investigation file in the case that Judge Metro took the witness to yesterday. This is only going to be in English, Mr. Kadrako, but I'll read it onto the record and then you can comment. You'll see here there's a list of exhibits dated 15 March 2002, and it says in the column there, 1 UCK original typed letter signed by Hali Kadrako attached to a copy of a letter handwritten by Committee Krasniqi. You see that?
Pozdrav 30.
Yes, I see it.
Be put on one side of the screen, and on the other side, could we call up page 99 in the same document, please? This will also be only in English, but I'll read out the relevant part. Now, here we have a note from the investigators in the case. We see there's a date here of 5 April 2002. So this is after the earlier list of exhibits. This is in April. And at 1400 hours, I'm just going to read out what's recorded there. Met with Schmidt from RIU Prizren. Checked through all boxes of search at Halu Kudraki.
That's not on the screen.
Oh,
You need
sorry.
scroll down.
Yes, thank you, Honours. If you can scroll down so everyone can read. So I'll start again. 1400 hours, this is on the date of the 5th of April 2002. Met with Schmidt from RIU Prizren. Checked through all boxes of search at Halu Kudraku. Could not find original letter of Kemichi Krasniqi. Writer found an original letter, so the writer here being Helene Belou, who signed this at the bottom. Writer found an original letter signed by Halu Kudraku, similar to the one we already had, but different date, 18 August 1999. Attached to it was a copy of Kemichi Krasniqi's letter. RIU does not know if they always only had a copy. If not, they have no idea where the original is at, as there's no mention of it in their file. Writer seized original UCK letter and copy of Kemichi Krasniqi letter, as it was in a better shape than our copy. Also, we could not find the original UCK letter signed by Halu Kudraku and dated 19 August 1999. Did you follow that? I just read onto the record what's there in English for us all to follow.
Pozdrav 3.
Yes, Counsel, I heard it.
Now, you've already given evidence, Mr. Kudraku, that the part of the letter of 19 August that was written in hand by Mr. Sinani, you hadn't seen that part before. You've accepted the rest of the document because it has your signature on it. What I wanted to ask is in this investigation or in the proceedings, can you recall one way or the other whether you were ever shown the original of that document? The original being with Mr. Sinani's handwriting on it. Do you remember?
Jo, zato nuk me kujtohet.
No, sir, I do not recall the original. They were always copies. I said at the time, and I'm saying today, that they were not. Now, if they insist that they found them, I accept that. I never saw the original.
It's correct. It's your evidence, isn't it, that you don't know what happened to that document of 19 August, whether it was sent on anywhere else. Is that right?
Pozdrav 3, unë nuk e
Correct. I did not know. I only submitted that request to Commander Tahir Sinani.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Kudraka. Those are my questions. Thank you, Your Honours.
Thank you. Thaçi defense.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for you. Yesterday, at the provisional transcript, page 53.22, you were asked a question by Judge Bartha about paragraph 44 of your prep note 2, and specifically you were asked about your involvement in a commission evaluating applications for veteran status. Do you remember that question?
Yes, I think so. I said that myself, but more or less I remember it.
Now, my questions are these. It's correct, isn't it, that there was a political agreement between Hashim Thaçi, the PDK leader and Deputy Prime Minister, and Isu Mustafa, the LDK leader and Prime Minister, to include former members of FARC in the category of people who could apply for veteran status? That's correct, isn't it? A yes or a no, please.
Po.
Yes,
At that time, the PDK and LDK were in a coalition government, correct?
Pozvan.
yes, madam.
Thank you. Mr. Tully.
Thank you, Your Honour. Good morning, witness. I have a few questions for you about a document you were shown by Judge Montreux and questions you were asked about it. If I can have on screen, Mr. Court Officer, 074 625 to 074 633 ET. Thank you very much. And it's at page 074630. And I think the Albanian is the same URN. While I'm waiting for this to come up on screen, you remember being asked questions about this document yesterday, don't you?
Pozo treba.
Yes, counsel.
Focus on the same paragraph that you were asked initially, which is the one that begins 1993 to 1995. Now, as Judge Mitro pointed out to you, all of the places that are listed there are Kosovo, Macedonia, Albania, and I believe Preševo. Isn't that right?
Pozo treba, što je sakto.
Yes, sir, that's right.
Focus on the list of names that follows all of those place names and take a look at it. There are obviously some names there that could not have been part of those councils, and I'm going to point out obviously your name, Halil Chadraku, which is on that list. You weren't in Kosovo at that time or in any of the listed areas that are at the beginning of that paragraph, correct?
Pozo 3, avvocato,
Yes, counsel, I was not in Kosovo. However, I would go twice a year to Kosovo. I was an immigrant in Switzerland, and every year, twice a year, I would go to Kosovo. I would have contacts, work there for the duration of my stay.
Any council that's listed there in any of those names? Are you the place names?
Këta emra figurojnë në të gjithë.
These names are from all Kosovo. I could work with Durmish, Gashi, Selim Gashi. They were coming from my municipality, Rahovec, that is. We did not know these names at that time. Everything was in secret. Everybody worked in their own municipalities with their own comrades. I know that Selim and Durmish Gashi were the ones with whom I cooperated during those years in 93, 94, 95, and before, together with the idol of our municipality, Ukšin Hoti, who was killed by the Serb occupying forces in 1999.
Ibshala, was he in Kosovo at the time or was he based in Switzerland?
Unë kujtoj se
I think that Mr. Ragib Shala came to Switzerland in 1997. He was persecuted by the Serbian police. He had come there together with Fatmir Limaj. At the time, Fatmir Limaj's father and brother were arrested in Kosovo, and they had to go to flee the country. That's why I remember that Ragib and Fatmir Limaj came together. They fled the Serb occupying forces.
And to the question you were asked specifically, and this is at page 79 of yesterday's transcript. Judge Montreux asked you, now, would you agree with the suggestion that is being made here, to the extent you know these people, of course, that these are well-known activists who shifted from political to military work during that period? And you answered, I agree that we were in the service of. Do I understand, and I just want clarity on this because it's not very clear in the English. When you say, I agree that we were in the service of, am I right to understand that this is your general recognition that the people on this list were at some point either in the service of the LPK or the KLA?
Or both, Mr. Tully.
Or both?
unë si antari thjeshti.
As a simple member of the LPK, I was at the service of the organization then, of People's Movement of Kosovo, and I was at the service of all groups that were working and carrying out activities. If they gave me any task to carry an information or to give an assistance, regardless, I was at their service.
Maybe if I can be, if I can look maybe at the answer you gave afterwards. So the judge continued, so you have no issue here with any of the names, and you said, I don't, sir, 99%, 100% of these names, and I'm talking about the names on that list. I know them, or I apologize, I knew, because the majority of them have passed away or were killed. Do I understand your response to indicate that in general you recognize the names of the people on that list, or in some cases knew them personally? That was the extent of your answer.
Pra, disa nga këta
I knew some of them personally. For some of them, I had read, and now in 2024, I can say that I know all of them.
What I'm getting to, because the judge was asking you specifically about whether you knew these people shifted from political to military work during this time period. It's 93 to 95. So do I understand your answer correctly that you don't have personal knowledge of the political military activities of everybody on that list in 93 to 95? Personal knowledge. Even if you know them or knew them personally.
pozo 3 ashtu.
Yes, sir, that's very correct. At that time, I was not familiar with the activities of all of them. As I said, we were working secretly within the country.
On Mr. Salimi, and I understand your evidence so far that you weren't aware of Mr. Salimi's activities during the period that you were living in Switzerland. Is that accurate?
Pozo 3.
Yes,
Itself, now this comes directly from the LPK. All of the people who are listed here, they're well-known persons in Kosovo's recent history, as the document says itself. As a piece of political promotion, and from your experience with political parties, do you agree it would be advantageous for the LPK in 2002 to emphasize all of these names as part of their official history?
Po, mendoj se edhe kjo është
yes, I think that this was done for the purposes of the affirmation of the LPK as a movement.
In this document, the document doesn't list any of the councils, specific councils, any of these people on the list were involved with, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Are we asking for guesswork or are we asking based on what the witness has seen? I don't think he's read all 9 pages of the document, if that's been
He's
established.
looking right at the paragraph I'm asking
Overruled.
about.
He can answer the question if he knows.
The document doesn't give any connection between these people on this list and the councils in the areas listed before, correct?
pozo 3 avokat.
Yes, counsel, they are here only mentioned as names, and there's no connection between the councils and the various individuals or groups and where they were active.
To the level of political work or their involvement within the LPK, it doesn't give any type of description of how involved with the LPK they were. Isn't that correct? Yes or no?
Pozo 3.
Yes, sir.
Agree with me that the term activist that it uses here is a very vague term. It gives no indication of seniority or authority within the LPK. It could be anything from someone who hands out a pamphlet up as far as a chairman of a council. Isn't that correct?
Pozo 3 je saktë.
Yes, sir, correct.
I want you to look at the next paragraph that comes along that says, it begins with the date 17 November 1994. It says the first military communique was issued. The LPK chairman, at the insistence of the armed groups within the country, decided to start issuing communiques by taking responsibility for them. Now, this document again does not indicate, this is yes or no, does not specify which armed groups made this insistence. Isn't that correct?
Pozo 3 je saktë.
Yes, sir, correct.
It does not say that any of the people listed in the previous bullet point were part of those armed groups. that made that insistence. Isn't that correct?
Po, ashtu shkrua.
Yes, that's what it says.
My questions, Your Honour.
So I arise because there's 8 words of my question that haven't been picked up by the transcript. So I don't know if you want me to repeat the question or just check with the transcribers. So I just repeat it.
I'm sorry, I didn't get on the record. Just repeat it, please.
Thank you. Sorry, sir. I'm just going to repeat the question I asked before, and if you could repeat your answer. It hasn't been picked up. It's correct, isn't it, that there was a political agreement between Hashim Thaçi, the PDK leader, and the Deputy Prime Minister, and Issa Mustafa, the LDK leader, and the Prime Minister, to include former members of FARC in the category of people who could apply for veteran status?
Po, zonjë, se vërtet.
Yes, madam, that's true.
Mr. Ellis?
Yes, thank you, Your Honour. Good morning, witness. I'm Aidan Ellis, representing Mr. Jakub Kuznici, and there's one topic that I want to address with you this morning. It arises from questions that you were asked by His Honour Judge Metro at provisional transcript page 83 about the murder case involving Commander Drini. And I'll read back to you the questions and answers. Now I think in the transcript at page 22860, line 22. You were asked, and your fellow defendant and fellow KLA member Sally Vaseli was convicted, if I understand, for a plot to murder Drini. Is that right? And you answered, at the moment I was acquitted, he was sentenced to 15 years, but I know that 1 year afterwards he was acquitted and released as innocent. Question, and then he was retried and convicted once again, is that right? Answer, I don't remember, Your Honour. I might make a mistake. What I remember is that he was acquitted once and released. I don't remember the rest. Do you recall that exchange from yesterday afternoon? I see that you're nodding, witness. So, could I have on screen, please?
Hold on just a second. He's still listening.
Oh.
Mua me kujtohet
I recall the question of His Honor on this topic. I remember the words I said that the entire group, Jemali Bachirai, Hazirai, Salih Veseli, and myself, were acquitted and released as innocent, although he was released 4 years later and I was released after the first trial. And I repeat this again, that the entire group was acquitted, although some were acquitted later.
SPOE 00125-174 to SPOE 00125-190. Thank you. That's fine. This is only available in English, witness, so I'll have to read the relevant parts when we come to them. But this is a decision of the Supreme Court of Kosovo, dated the 22nd of August of 2007. Have I understood correctly from your answer, sir, that by this time you were not involved in the retrial proceedings? You had been acquitted at an earlier stage. Is that right?
Yes, counsel.
Could we go, please, to page 10 of the PDF first. If we could scroll down a little. That's fine, thank you. This is first of all summarising the retrial verdict, and it says on the 4th of August 2006, the oral announcement of the retrial verdict was announced. The written retrial verdict dated 4 August 2006 specifically stated that defendant Sally Vaselli was guilty, and it continues in the paragraph below that he was given an aggregate sentence of 15 years of imprisonment. Could it be that retrial verdict that you had in mind when you said he was sentenced to 15 years?
In 2003, when I was released on the 23rd of March, I believe that Sally Vaselli was convicted to 10 or 15 years. I don't remember exactly for how long. Then there was a retrial, and then he was again convicted, and then the Supreme Court released him. So there were many trials, many trial sessions. Therefore, to this day, I don't remember exactly. What I know is later on, Sally Vaselli and the entire group were acquitted. And for this, I'm 100% sure. I don't know the date of his acquittal, but I know that they were acquitted.
On to now, and I'm going to read a couple of, I think, 4 paragraphs from the decision to you, and then ask you a question at the end of it. If we could have on screen, first of all, page 12.
Mr. Ellis, why don't we take a break for him for 10 minutes now, and then you can come back and go through that.
I'm happy to be guided, Your Honour. This is my last question, but it will involve a little bit of reading.
Go ahead.
I'm good. Sorry, page 12. Yes, no. I'm reading from paragraph 4 on that page. Accordingly, the Supreme Court of Kosovo finds that the retrial verdict of 4 August 2006 by the District Court of Prizren in criminal case P number 4904 incorrectly applied the substantive criminal law, a violation of Article 365, paragraph 4 of the LCP. For that reason, it acquits defendant Sally Vaselli of the crime of criminal association in violation of Article 26 of the PCCK. If I could then move, please, to page 14. And if we could scroll down a little, please. And there's then a paragraph reading, there is nothing in the retrial verdict of 4 August 2006 which suggests that Fazli Naziri ever agreed with Sally Vaselli that he would murder Ekrem Reja. To the contrary, it speaks to non-agreement between Sally Vaselli and Fazli Naziri in that regard. And if we could go over then to page 15. And scroll down, please. I'm looking at the paragraph in the middle of that page. The retrial verdict of 4 August 2006 established that Ekrem Reja was murdered on 8th May 2000. It also established that the only 2 witnesses who were present near the scene of the murder were Rushdie Reja, the brother of Ekrem Reja, and Hayriya Reja, the wife of Ekrem Reja, and it established that neither Rushdie Reja nor Hayriya Reja were able to identify the person who shot Ekrem Reja. And finally, please, page 16. at the bottom of the page. Accordingly, the Supreme Court of Kosovo finds that with the acknowledgement in the retrial verdict of 4 August 2006 that there is insufficient proof to identify the assassin or killer of Ekrem Reja, and with no direct proof to find a causal connection between the actions of Salih Veseli and the murder of Ekrem Reja, the necessary elements of the crime of complicity in the murder of Ekrem Reja could not have been proven, circumstances which precluded continued criminal prosecution. And it continues over the page, please. For that reason, it acquits defendant Salih Veseli of the crime of murder in violation of Article 30, paragraph 3 of the CCK. And witness, my question for you is, are those paragraphs that I have read to you consistent with your recollection that Salih Veseli was not merely released, he was acquitted by the Supreme Court?
Yes, counsel. This is what I was trying to say yesterday, but Judge Metro was persistent, saying that he was convicted, and I knew that he was innocent. Not only him, but all members of that group that was charged with that crime were innocent and acquitted.
That time, Your Honour. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Witness, that ends your questioning today. You are finished with your obligation to the court. You are released. We appreciate you having been with us. You can leave the courtroom now. Thank you, duty counsel, for your presence. Yes.
I have a request which I had given notice yesterday about. Since my client has received a decision from the prosecution indicating that they ceased the investigation against him for the offenses he was suspected of. That is a confidential decision. I would kindly request the court if we can make that decision public, that my client is not under investigation, any formal investigation any longer. We wouldn't want to make a violation by making it public. The public opinion is aware of this, and since the investigation has ceased.
Just to say, Your Honor, we're in open session, so this has de facto just happened and no further action is necessary to our knowledge.
And that the statement was made in open session. So the world knows. All right, thank you.
As a matter of fact, Your Honor, you have 45 minutes delay and you can always remove certain parts of the discussions in the courtroom, and in this sense I'm making my request to you.
Action to it being public.
I mean, Your Honor, when we supplied the document to counsel, it said confidential, and that was for a reason. We've had this conversation before, that making a confidential document public is, we are certainly not going to be the ones to advise it, but again, he has now made it public, and I think it can just stay there.
Thank you, that's all. You may leave the courtroom now. Judge Mitro had a question.
And it's for you, Mr. Patch, if you could assist. We have been given a document that's on your exhibit list. It's SPOE 0023138 to SPOE 0023136 ET. And it seems that the English translation of that document is missing a page, or at least we cannot find the last page. We have the complete version in Albanian. Could you look into that for us in the course of today?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
We'll take a 15-minute break for you to get set up with the next witness. Is that sufficient?
Yes, Your Honor, and just as a matter of scheduling, the next witness is ready to go. 15 minutes will suffice. We understand that that witness should, based on estimates, not take more than 2 hours, perhaps less. So the witness thereafter, we're also ready to go, and we're eager to start the witness to ensure completion next week.
Depending on the time frame that we finish, that will be perfectly all right. Thank you. So we're adjourned for 15 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. We're ready to start hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04820. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. Good morning, witness.
Good morning. Yes.
I'll provide you with a text of the solemn declaration you are asked to take pursuant to our Rule 141, subparagraph 2. Please take a look at the document and then read it aloud.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last 2 to 3 hours. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first. Thereafter, the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel might also ask questions of you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 40 minutes. The defense estimates that it will need approximately 1 hour. As regards each estimate, we hope that the counsel will be judicious in their use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question, or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances which you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace so the interpreters can catch up. While you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside this court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and we will accommodate you. We begin first with the questions from the Special Prosecutor's Office. They're seated to your left. Please give them your attention. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could we please move into private session?
Private session, please, Mr. Court Officer.
You're on the screen, public session. Thank you.
Witness, you and I met recently, and at the beginning of our meeting, I gave you some time to read the interview that you had with the SPO some time ago, correct?
Correct.
Reading. You indicated that you wanted to make some changes and provide some clarification about your interview. Is that correct?
Correct.
These changes, which I wrote down, I then read them back to you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I read them back to you. You then confirmed that the changes that I had noted down correctly reflected the changes that you wanted to make. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Subject to the changes that you made and that I recorded in preparation note 1, does your SPO interview accurately reflect your evidence and what you would say if examined today about the same events?
Yes, entirely.
We submit that this satisfies the requirements of Rule 154. We seek admission of preparation note 1, ERN 123860 to 123863, and of the two parts of the witness's SPO interview, which are ERN 094542-TR-ET, Part 1, Red 2, and 094542-TR-ET, Part 2, Red 2, and of the corresponding Albanian versions, which are 094452, TR-AT Part 1, Revised Red 2, and 094542, TR-AT Part 2, Revised Red 3. These statements were found to be admissible under Rule 154 in paragraph 84 of Decision F0-2044, dated 8 January 2024. All these materials should be confidential to give effect to the protective measures granted to this witness. And in this regard, I would ask that the dates of the statements are not read out in public session.
Any objection to the tender?
No new objections, Your Honour.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
The statement and note 1, as indicated by ERN numbers, are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honours. The statement, which is DRN 094542, TR, ET, and AT, Part 1, will be assigned exhibit number P01867.1, and Part 2 will be assigned the exhibit number P01867.2. This goes both for English and corresponding Albanian, and the classification is confidential. Preparation note 1, which is the ERN 123860 to 123863, will be assigned exhibit number P01868 and is classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honours.
You want to remain confidential on both of those?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead then.
Your Honor, could we please move back into private session?
Back to private session, please, Mr. Court Officer.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
Adjourn until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. So we will begin now with the evidence of prosecution witness 4401. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. Good morning, witness. Can you hear okay?
Good morning. Yes, I can.
I note for the record that duty counsel for W04401 is present in the courtroom. Could you please identify yourself for the record?
Thank you, Mr. President. I am Artan Cherkini, a lawyer from Kosovo, and I represent Mr. Bashota.
Witness, the court usher will now provide you with a text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to our Rule 141, subparagraph 2. Could you look at the document and then read it aloud? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 4 days. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first. Once they are finished, the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel may also have some questions for you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 5 hours. The defense estimates that it will need 12 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel also may allow redirect examination by the SPO if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. I also take this opportunity to remind the parties and participants to avoid talking over one another to facilitate the witness's understanding of the questions that are put to him. We are aware the counsel has been assigned to the witness so that the witness is able to seek legal advice if he has any legitimate concerns of self-incrimination. Witness, I remind you that as per the solemn declaration that you have just read, you are obliged to tell the truth. Under our rules, you are hereby advised that you are not required to answer a question that is incriminating unless and until the panel compels you to answer in accordance with Rule 151, Paragraph 2, and determines if an assurance under Rule 151, Paragraph 3 should be provided to you. You are hereby advised that in the event such a question of self-incrimination arises, you or your assigned counsel may raise the issue to the panel, and we will proceed to determine whether or not and under what circumstances you might be compelled to answer. In such a case, the decision as to whether you must answer a question is exclusively that of the panel. If ordered to do so by the panel, you must answer all questions asked of you. Mr. Cerchini, have you discussed this issue with your client?
Yes, Mr. President. I have informed my client about his rights in accordance with the Rule 151 of the rules. And this is, as a matter of fact, the first issue I would like to raise in front of you.
He is aware of the rights and obligations of Rule 151.
Yes.
Issues or possible self-incriminatory statements within his testimony that he wants to avoid.
Considering that Mr. Bashota will testify about wartime circumstances in which he took part, the first issue I wanted to raise has to do precisely with the privilege of not self-incriminating according to the Rule 153, Paragraph 3. And I would kindly ask the court to first issue a decision in this regard and then proceed with the subsequent matters.
Seeking an assurance for your client.
Sorry?
I said, I take it that means you are seeking to have an assurance given by the court to your client so that he can testify without fear of self-incrimination. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Excuse me, one more time I want to go through this. I remind you that you have been called to testify and are obligated to testify and tell the truth. If you do not tell the truth, you might be sanctioned. If you believe you may incriminate yourself, you can always refuse to answer. But I'm going to go into the procedure that I and your attorney have just discussed. The panel notes that in a confidential and ex parte filing F02734, The SPO has informed the panel that if considered necessary by the panel, the SPO would have no objection to this witness being provided assurances in accordance with Rule 151, 2, and 3 of the rules. The panel therefore does not consider seeking the ex parte views of the specialist prosecutor under Rule 1513 necessary under the present circumstances, since they've already consented to it if necessary. The panel, however, would like to receive a submission from the SPO as to whether and how the evidence that the witness would provide, if compelled to testify, would be unique evidence relevant to the case pursuant to Rule 1512B. Mr. Holling.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness was a member of the KLA General Staff with the accused, and, if willing, is well placed to describe its structure, aims, and methods.
Thank you. Any comment on this from the defense? None being heard. Having heard the parties' submissions, including the SPO's ex parte view, or the SPO's ex parte views in F02734, the panel finds that in light of the importance of the witness's anticipated evidence, its unique relevance to the case, the limited nature of the possible self-incrimination, and the sufficiency of available protective measures, should they become necessary, the elements listed in Rule 1512 have been met. The panel therefore compels the witness to testify. Pursuant to Rule 151, Paragraph 3, the panel assures the witness that the evidence provided in response to the relevant questions, A, shall be given in camera unless he speaks otherwise, and shall not be disclosed in any manner to the public, Kosovo, or any third state, and B, will not be used either directly or indirectly against the person in any subsequent prosecution before the specialist chambers, except under Article 15(2) of the law and Rule 65. In this regard, the panel warns the witness that refusal to give testimony may be sanctioned with the imposition of a fine. The last question I have, Mr. Cerchini, is concerning the closed session. He has a right to have all these proceedings take place in a closed session. That means no transmission on outside of the courtroom of any information, and the gallery being closed. Does he wish to continue in that manner, or does he want to have this in a fully open status?
Following the consultations with my client, he decided to remove all protective measures and give evidence in open session.
Witness?
Yes.
Even though you're granted the right to have this matter not transmitted, it will be transmitted. Do you understand that? It will go on our website, for example, which can be accessed by anybody.
Yes.
Knowing that, you still want to go ahead in a completely open session.
Yes. Yes.
That will be our finding then. We will proceed. You have the assurance, and we now begin the process of your testimony. We begin first with I'm sorry.
Yes, before we begin, Mr. President, if I could just have on the record a request from the defense if we could receive a copy of FO2734, please, which was filed ex parte, which I think we can now receive.
None, Your Honor. It can be reclassified as confidential at this time.
It will be reclassified and confidential and be deliverable to the defense. Witness, we begin with the questions by the Special Prosecutor's Office there to your left. Please give them your attention.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, witness. We've met before, but my name is Matt Holling, and I'm a prosecutor with the SPO, and I'll be asking you questions today and likely for a part of Monday as well. First, what is your name?
Sokol Bashota.
What is your date and place of birth?
7 March 1966. Tsarevik.
2006, did you give an interview to the ICTY?
Yes.
Court officer, please pull up on the screen T0005325 TRAT Part 1 revised, page 1. And this can take the whole screen in Albanian. Witness, in a moment, a document's going to appear on the screen, and then I'll just ask you a question. And so, witness, you see the document on the screen now?
Yes.
CTY interview?
So it seems, yes.
Could the court officer now please put on the screen U0094678 to U0094687 RED, the first page in both English and Albanian on the screen. And if we can zoom out to see the whole page. Witness, what's on the screen now, is this signed statement a kind of summary of that same ICTY interview?
Yes.
Have you recently had an opportunity to refamiliarize yourself with the contents of these statements?
When do you think? Are you thinking? During the preparation session?
Preparation session last week, did you have an opportunity to review these statements?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
And in that preparation session, you indicated some changes and clarifications to these documents, correct?
Yes.
And these changes were reflected in a note that was read back to you. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you confirm that what was read back in that note reflects your changes fully and accurately?
Yes.
To the changes provided in that note, do these statements accurately reflect what you said and what you would say if asked again in court today?
Yes.
Your Honors, having fulfilled the Rule 154 criteria, and in accordance with decision FO2720, the SBO hereby tenders the 7-part transcript of the ICTY statements of this witness. The ERNs are set out in footnote 124 of Your Honor's decision. I can read the ERNs into the record if necessary. We tender them in English and Albanian. We also tender the signed ICTY statements and the preparation note 1, which is 123871, 123874. There is one associated exhibit for this witness, and we also tender the English and Albanian version of exhibit U016 3286 to U016 3287.
Any objection to the statements, the note, and the exhibits?
No objection.
No objection, Your Honors.
No objection.
No objection.
T0005325 TRAT in 7 parts, revised, is admitted.
And will be signed exhibit number P01871, Point 1 for the part 1, point 2 for the part 2 of the T0005325, T0005326, part 1 will be point 3, part 2 will be point 4, T0005327, part 1 will be point 5, part 2 will be point 6, and T0005328, part 1 will be assigned exhibit number P0187.7. That goes for the corresponding Albanian translation, and it's classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Remain confidential?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then U009468 to U009467 RED is admitted.
And will be assigned exhibit number P01870, both for English and Albanian corresponding translation, currently classified as confidential.
Yes.
Mr. President, if I could just inquire as to why it needs to be confidential.
We should be able to prepare a public redacted version. There are ICTY interpreters' names in these statements and things that, so we can make a public version of it, but this is why we would maintain confidential classification.
It'll remain confidential for now.
Okay.
I think you should endeavor to get a public statement, though.
Understood.
A public version.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I'm told that there may be an issue with the numbering, and that, yeah, I think you went a number down instead of a number up. Yeah.
We were at 7-1, and now we're at 7-0.
This is correct, Your Honors.
Should be 7-2.
In that case, we would skip the 1870.
For the record, there will be no Exhibit 70, 1870.
I can read it back, and for the first statement that you read, I will put 1870, and then for the second, I'll put 1870.
All right, all right. Further clarification, the first statement will be renumbered 1870.1 through .7. And then this one will be 7-1.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you for noting that, Counsel. And then the note, which is 123871, 123874, is admitted.
Will be assigned exhibit number P01872, currently classified as confidential.
Thank you. And the associated exhibit U0163286 to U0163287 is admitted.
And will be assigned exhibit number P01873, also classified as confidential.
And, Your Honor, that last of the items is a media interview and can be classified. The last item is a media interview which can be classified as public, what is now P1873. Correct.
It'll be reclassified as public then.
Thank you,
You
Your
may
Honor.
proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, I have some additional questions for you covering certain matters discussed in your statements and in your preparation session. I'd like to first start with the LPK. Witness, were you in the LPK?
Oh, yes.
What time did you join that group?
I do not know the exact date of when I joined this illegal structures there. I was there until from year 1982 until 1993. I do not have an exact date of joining. We were involved in clandestine activities at the time, starting from 1984.
And you said from 1982 until 1993. In 1993, where did you go next?
In 1993, we were organized within the Democratic League of Kosovo with the youth activities.
During your time in the LPK around 1993, what exactly were you doing in the group?
In 1993, we mainly dealt with activities related to their rallies, dealing with the situation which the Albanian people was going through. We appealed to the masses to mobilize and join the movement as a formation with clear national objectives, which was the independence of Kosovo.
Did the LPK take on any sort of military function around 1993?
I do not know about any military function related to the LPK.
Your Honor, we'd seek to ask a question to the witness based off of Preparation Note 2, paragraph 15.
Yes, go ahead.
So witness, just to see if there's any inconsistency here, you said in your preparation session that you did move to the military formations within the LPK around this time, which was 1993, and that you made this decision personally in light of persecution from Serbia. Is that correct?
That's correct. But in your previous question, I was referring to political organization. I said we moved on to the LDK organization dealing with youth activities. With respect to the time period of 93, we were persecuted. I was also imprisoned at the time. And voluntarily, we were prepared, armed, to avoid being caught by the Serb police.
Thank you. Could the court officer please put up on the screen 1D203? And the specific page in English and Albanian would be DHT 04462. And witness, during your preparation session, you were shown this item. This is a Thaçi defense exhibit entitled the LPK, its statute and program. And I wanted to show you a specific page within it. The sentence that I'm interested in is on the top left side of the page, where it says, to achieve national aspirations, LPK will use all forms of a national liberation struggle, democratic, peaceful, political, and armed resistance. And my question for you is whether what is written on this page consistent with what you understood the LPK's aims to be in 1993.
I had not seen this document before the preparation session, but it could be as it is put there.
Now, before leaving this page, and actually this is a question for the interpreters, we note that after National Liberation Struggle, there's one comma after that colon in the Albanian version, and there are 3 in the English translation that we have. Is it possible for the interpreters to confirm how many alternatives there are after the colon in that sentence?
Mr. President, I'm going to just raise a point. I believe the order on the conduct of proceedings requires any translation issues to be addressed outside of court.
This is not a translation issue as such. It's purely a question of the punctuation in the sentence.
Well, I mean, it should be done by, not by interpreters, but by the translators.
Yes, it should be.
Well, it's also a question that I can put to the witness, if that is amenable to your honors.
Yes, you can.
Yes. So, witness, I'll ask the same question to you. How many different alternatives to a national liberation struggle are there in this sentence?
Democratic, peaceful, political, and armed resistance. This is what it reads under Section 3.
Able to determine if those are 3 or 4 separate alternatives?
I'm not able to make a clear distinction between the word democratic, comma, and then peaceful and political. That results to me to be 3.
That results to be 3. Thank you. In your statement, and this can be taken off the screen, in your statement, you said the following. I don't think this needs to be put on the screen, but I'll read it just to orient you. This is in P 1870.1, and it should be page 7. You say that you were asked, when would you say is the first time approximately that you had thoughts about creating an armed force as the KLA? And the answer was the creation of a military force. This came out of a general meeting of the LPK, and it was decided by this meeting. And then you were asked when approximately was that, and you said, I wasn't a member of this assembly, but it was at the beginning of the 90s. My question for you is, how do you know what you say there about a general meeting of the LPK?
People from the municipality of Klina attended those meetings as well. And Sahid Berisha was in one of those meetings. In another meeting, Isa Krasniqi was present, so from one of those 2.
We now ask...
Sorry, just for the record, I believe it should be page 8 of P 1870.1, page 8.
Thank you. I'm guided. The next document, if the court officer could please put up on the screen, 074625 to 074633 in English and Albanian. Now, witness, you can see here on the top, there's a red header, forgive my pronunciation, but it's Levizia Popolare I Kosovo on the top. It is a timeline of the LPK's history prepared by an Emir Zamali. Had you seen this document prior to the preparation session last week?
Oh. Yes.
When had you seen it previously?
No, I hadn't seen it previously.
Now I follow. We'll actually go first to page 074629 in both languages. And witness, I'll direct you to the entry that begins 28-29 July 1993. And you can see here, the LPK fourth general meeting is held with the participation of, and then it gives a list of names, including Zeladin Gashi, Emir Zemali, Sabri Kichmari. And then it says, the meeting decided about changes in the program and statute. The program includes in writing the armed warfare as a means to achieve the goal for the liberation of Kosovo, the Albanian territories in former Yugoslavia. The resolution approved said that the armed warfare should be a priority in LPK actions. Witness, is this consistent with what you knew about the LPK general meeting you discussed in your statement?
No.
Different.
I do not know about the English version, but I don't know where you read in Albanian.
It's possible that the page wasn't scrolled down far enough on the Albanian side. If the court officer could please roll the Albanian page down to the bottom. And witness, it is the paragraph beginning 28-29 July 1993. And I would say, in fairness, if I could just give you a moment to read that, and then I'll ask my question again.
Yes, but I have no idea about this because I was not part of this meeting. I see the name of the person I mentioned earlier, Isa Krasniqi, as an attendee.
So just to make it clear for the record, I'm not saying you attended the meeting, but is what you know about the meeting consistent with what is written here?
I am not able to say something in specific about this. I was not part of this.
But the general meeting that you are familiar with involved the creation of a military force, correct?
We were not told precisely or expressly like this. A commission was, however, set up, a special commission. I do not know more about this.
Next page now, which is 074630. And you can see for the entry marked 1993 to 1995, it says here, the most well-known activist who shifted from political to military work included. And then there's a long list of names, including your own. And witness, I believe you said this already in the courtroom today, but did you shift from political to military work in the LPK around 1993?
I said that in 1993, after having received several summonses to appear at the police, I took measures to protect myself. I armed myself to avoid being caught alive by the enemy. So we self-organized. I took these measures to ensure my physical protection. But I did not have any task that would have been received from the LPK.
Witness, that's not exactly an answer to the question that I asked you. Let me ask it again. Did you shift from political to military work in the LPK around 1993?
In 1993, I did not undertake any military action. I did not take part in any combat activities at that time. I'm referring to 1993.
And Your Honor, if I could go again to paragraph 15 of preparation note 2.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. And witness, I'm just trying to understand what you meant when you said that you moved to military formations within the LPK around this time. What exactly did that mean to you?
It is often a problem because from the distance, speaking today and referring to past periods of time, things change. My aim was not to surrender to the enemy.
Thank you. Your Honors, this document has been discussed a lot in court this week. It has not been given an exhibit number. In light of the evidence of this witness and the previous one earlier in the week, we would say that it's prima facie admissible and would tender the entirety of the timeline, which is 074625 to 074633.
Any objection?
Yes, we object. The witness has provided no connection, no testimony regarding the circumstances, or nor has he authenticated it, nor has he accepted the propositions in the document.
We would dispute that. He's commented that it's consistent with the aims in the LPK statute, which was made reference to the general meeting page. He said that there was a general meeting creating a military force, and although he has been unwilling to ascribe to the exact words on the page on the screen now, he is describing military work that he's doing in his answers.
This is argument, Judge. That's not anything that the witness specifically said.
And Your Honours, we would support that objection in line with our consistent objection to the use of documents in this fashion.
We'll mark it MFI and determine admissibility following cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honors. In that case, 074625 to 074633 in both Albanian and English will be marked for identification with P01874, currently classified as public. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer. Go ahead.
The document can be taken off the screen. Witness, to continue with your experience in the LPK, what would have happened or what did happen to LPK activists when they were captured by the Serbs?
Those who were captured suffered inhumane torture in Serbian prisons, most of them. I suffered the same on 3 occasions when I was imprisoned. I was tortured horribly by Serbian forces in the former Yugoslav prisons. Therefore, there would be consequences. There were occurrences when people were even killed, like Nuhi Berisha, Recep Cemali. I think it was in 1984. But there were other occurrences later on. I do not know the names, though.
Consequences of being caught that you describe create fear within the LPK of being infiltrated by the Serbs.
In the clandestine organizations, the possibility of being infiltrated is never excluded. People who could potentially collaborate with the occupier. However, I do not know about specific concrete examples.
What would you do within the LPK to try and protect your secrets from getting out?
We mostly took prevention measures, the 3 formula, 1+2 members, in order to prevent infiltration of such elements that would then harm our organization.
Just for the benefit of everyone in the courtroom, can you explain further what you mean by the 3 formula?
The organization was done by 3. This is how it was referred to at the time within the LPK. I would have 2 persons, a friend of mine would have me and somebody else. These were prevention measures in order to prevent the dissemination or uncovering of information.
Were there concerns within the LPK about people being arrested by the Serbs revealing the activities of other LPK members?
Yes, it is possible. There was always this fear, but I do not know of any specific case of any person around us having done such a thing.
Was limiting LPK activities to groups of 3 a way of limiting how much damage would be caused if someone was caught by the Serbs?
Yes.
I'd now like to talk a bit about the creation of the KLA. And for this purpose, we would ask the court officer to please put up on the screen 067269 to 067710 in Albanian and English. And the first page would be 067707. Witness, I want to ask you a couple of questions about Azam Sula. First, is Azam Sula an authority on the history of the KLA?
Yes.
Azam Sula's role in the KLA.
Azam Sula had the role of the commander of the KLA.
Now, I see that we have the beginning of the document on the screen, but we're looking specifically for 067707. If we could go to page 475 of the PDF. There. So, witness, this is a Zeri article of Azim Sula from September 1999 that you saw in your preparation session. I'd now like to go to a specific page within this and ask you a question. The page would be 067709 in both Albanian and English. And so the Albanian page is correct. The English page needs to go forward. One more page. Yes, the ERN is actually reproduced twice in the document for some reason, but if you go one further page in the English, this is the page that I wanted to ask you a question about. And it's in relation to the highlighted portion. So witness, Zeri says the following: KLA officials in their statements reveal that the KLA was founded in December 1993. Who took part in the founding meeting, and what was your organization's agreement? Can you explain to us the KLA organizational structure? And the beginning of Mr. Sula's answer is the KLA was founded in December 1993. The people who attending that meeting were Sokol Bashoda, Zavit Haliti, Zeladin Gashi, Ali Ameti, another's friend whose name we cannot remember at the moment, and I. That meeting decided the organizational structure for the guerrilla groups, the tactic of carrying out the operations, ways of expanding the ranks and obtaining weapons and ammunition, methods of communication between them and the center in Kosovo, staff training and military education, and most importantly, intensifying the operations throughout Kosovo. Witness, my first question to you is, do you remember attending a meeting with a group like this around the end of 1993?
As I said in the preparation session, we met in Tirana, but the creation of the Kosovo Liberation Army was not discussed there. In this meeting, instructions were given only, saying that in Kosovo there were armed groups, and the instruction was to work in the direction of unifying those groups. But the creation of an army was not discussed in that meeting.
So, witness, are the topics that Azim Sula says were discussed in this meeting on organizational structure for the guerrilla groups and so on through that sentence, were those topics discussed at the Tirana meeting you're recalling?
I do not recall all the details of this, but I do know that it was said that there are several armed groups in Kosovo, including the group of Adem Yashari, the legendary commander of the KLA, other groups in Lap and Dukajin, and the idea was to unify these groups, but no specific tasks as presented by him. This seems to have been written after the war, rather than having accurate and truthful information in it.
And Your Honors, if we could please go to paragraph 5 of preparation note 2 to probe a potential inconsistency.
Yes, go ahead.
Witness, when you were discussing this interview, You did say that you didn't understand the meeting as being the one creating the KLA, but you did say that the topics discussed were the same as those mentioned by Azam Sula. Is that correct?
Yes, but not all that he has mentioned here. I indicated in the preparation session that this was mainly about instructions on, with the purpose of unifying the armed groups, which were, as I said, the Drenica, Lab, and Dukagjini groups.
Confirming that the meeting happened. This is also an interview with a named JCE member just after the charged time frame. We would say that this entire article is relevant and probative in this case, and we would tender it for admission. The last thing I'll mention is that this is a much larger ERN than the actual interview itself. The interview is only 9 pages, and it's across ERN 067707 to 067710, and we see no reason why it shouldn't be understood in its full context.
We do object, Mr. President. If they wish to bar table the whole interview, they can, but the witness has not provided any significant information. And at page 74, lines 4 to 5, he specifically disputes the accuracy of the interview. And therefore, we would object to it coming in this manner.
Your Honors, if the item is bar table eligible, then it can come in without any witness commentary at all. The witness's contextualization of it should also ensure its admissibility. There are other interviews of this person that are admitted through the bar table, but it doesn't seem necessary given what we've done in the courtroom now.
May I respond, Mr. President? My point was not that it can come in through the bar table. It's that they can apply, and then we can respond appropriately.
Your Honor, and if I could add as well in support of the objection that the relevant portions that have been read are on the record anyway in order to understand the witness's evidence. But otherwise it's an exercise in contortion to try and use that as a way of getting an entire document in when the other ways of doing that, applications can be made or witnesses can be called.
We will admit the 9 pages, but not the entire document, not the entire range. But I'm not sure the numbers for those 9 pages, if you could give me that range.
Yes, so there's something that, because I think the Albanian is a newspaper and the English is requiring multiple pages to match one page, the exact range of the 9 pages is 067707 to 067710. It is the last document in the compilation, and it's all we tender.
Those 9 pages will be admitted as satisfying the prima facie standard of Rule 138.
And will be signed exhibit number P01875, currently classified as confidential.
Thank you.
As separated, this can be public, Your Honor.
Reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And the document can be taken off the screen. So witness, talking about when the KLA does get started, and I want to focus now on the central staff, which becomes the general staff. What were the first core members of what become that central staff?
You're referring to the central staff, right?
shtopin qendror.
In the central staff were Azim Sula, I, Javid Halidi, Naid Hassani, and I think Ali Ahmedi.
Was Zeladin Gashi one of those first members as well?
Yes, yes, if I didn't mention him.
Natko Nisharim.
One clarification, if I'm allowed. At the time, Zeladin Gashi requested for 3 names inside Kosovo to be given and 3 names from outside Kosovo for this central staff. He sent my name and that of Naid Hassani, and we learned that Azem Sula, Javid Haliti, and I think Ali Ahmedi were there.
Understood. I'd now like to fast forward into 1997 and ask you about an incident that is described, amongst other places, in an interview of Recep Salimi. Could the court officer please pull up on the screen SPOE 00131-824 to 00131-857 ET. The first page of the Albanian version, if it helps to find it, is SPOE 00131-751. The page that I would like to go to is SPOE 00131-832. And just for completeness of information, other pages of this longer item have been admitted as P1857, but not the page that's being shown now. So the English extract is correct. The first page of the Albanian longer version of the item is SPOE 00131-751. And witness, once the page of the interview is on the screen in both languages, I wanted to read you part of it and ask a question. The specific page would be, once again, SPOE 00131-832. And if we scroll to the bottom of the page in both versions, at the very bottom it says, Recep Salimi says the following: after those first 3 ones, 7 more RPGs were brought by Hashim Thaçi and Kadri Veseli in Jablanica in August 1997. So in terms of RPGs, and then if we could please turn the page. We had 11 of them. 3 additional ones came in other forms, and then we had 14 to prepare for the 14 actions of September 11, 1997. Until that day, we did not use any of them, even though we did have a need for using them, but we did not want the Serbs to take action, since at that time we considered them to be a large weapon and wanted to take the Serbs by surprise, as we indeed did, when we organized a very powerful and synchronized attack in September 1997. We had 14 RPGs and we carried out 14 actions. Had we had 20 RPGs, we would have done 20 actions. Now, witness, my first question for you is, are you familiar with the synchronized action against the police stations in September 1997 that Recep Salimi is describing here?
Kjo është një intervistë.
This is an interview. I would not want to prejudice whether he wanted to represent the organization as better organized at the time, but I personally was not part of this organization. The action was carried out as far as I know. Now, whether they were synchronized or that whether they happened at the same time, that I don't remember.
Okay. If we can now pull up P279 and put that on the screen in English and Albanian. And so we'll wait a moment for the English version of the item to also be put up on the screen. But as you can see already, witness, this is in relation to Communique 36. If it helps for the ERN, SPOE 00209-309, and it's the ET revised. Now, witness, do you recognize this as a KLA communique?
Jo, s'më kujtohet.
No, I don't remember it.
I'll read the beginning of it. On 11 and 12 September 1997, by decision of the Central Staff, KLA armed units carried out a synchronized operation throughout the whole first operative zone. And then it says shortly thereafter, they attacked in a lightning operation the police stations, and then it gives a variety of locations. You said in your preparation note 1 that Recep Salimi wasn't able to do anything in the Central Staff in 1997. Do you recall saying that?
Po,
Yes. According to my information, we did not meet very often at the time. We didn't spend time together at the time.
But does this communique show that the KLA was capable of armed actions that were organized in 1997?
Mr. President, could I just get a reference in Prep Note 1?
Yes. So this, I believe, would be P1873 is the ERN of P1872, and it would be paragraph 5. And it specifically says, the witness does not believe that Recep Salimi was able to do anything at all in the Central Staff in 1997.
Okay. I have a procedural issue, but I'll address it later in terms of if this is impeachment of what's now in evidence as the substantive evidence of the witness.
Your Honor, I would also object in the sense that those questions don't follow one another. There's no evidence been given as to Mr. Salimi's role in the Central Staff up to this point.
This is the very thing that we are asking the witness to comment on. These topics can be explored in cross-examination.
What?
If I could just make my procedural
Yes,
objection.
go ahead. Do we need to excuse the witness?
Perhaps.
Witness, you will be excused for a few minutes. Please go out of the courtroom with the court usher. Mr. Keeney, you can go if you wish. It's up to you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is more just me putting a marker down in terms of the rules here. But as I understand what the prosecutor is doing here is impeaching the witness for paragraph 5. Our position is that impeachment is specifically governed by Rule 143. And according to the interpretations given by this panel as to what constitutes a statement for purposes of impeachment under 143, it's now specifically defined in the law of the case, it's a precedent of this panel as to that it's a statement given in the context of a criminal investigation. So our position, therefore, is that, first of all, you have to seek leave to impeach the witness under Rule 143, and secondly, you can't use materials such as this to impeach a witness, given the definition that the panel has made for what constitutes a statement for purposes of impeaching your own witness under 143. Thank you.
Are you attempting to impeach your witness?
I would say not yet, although we're getting there. Right now, we're just trying to explore and understand what the witness is saying about his knowledge of this incident.
That was my understanding as well.
I don't know if we're in a gray area here and if we're going to it, but our position is that when a party calls a witness and submits that evidence as the witness's direct testimony, then the party lives with that evidence unless authorized under 143 to offer a contrary statement for the truth of its contents. And if we're going in that direction, then what has been put to this witness so far can't constitute a statement under 143.
Well, you said you wanted to put down your marker, and you have.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to do.
I understand that.
Thank you.
You may go ahead.
We resist the hypothetical when we get to it.
Oh, no witness. You may bring the witness back. You may go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, I imagine I need to repeat my question given the break. So we were talking about the communique that's on the screen here, and I asked you, does this communique show that the KLA was capable of armed actions that were organized in 1997?
I said from the beginning that I did not see this communique. I don't recognize it. As such, the communiques were written abroad. I don't know who wrote it, and I don't know to what extent it mirrors the reality of that time in Kosovo.
Your answer, and this is page 78 of the real-time transcript, you said the action was carried out as far as I know. And my question to you is, how do you know that? How do you know that the action was carried out?
From various media, from the media.
Do you recall any specific media that you saw this?
No, honestly, I don't.
Do you recall if the media that you saw at the time said it was a synchronized attack?
I don't recall.
The document can be taken off the screen, and then in its place, if we could please put 099794 to 099797, and just the first page in English and Albanian. And witness, when this is on the screen, this is another item that was shown to you in your preparation session that I wanted to ask you a few questions about. It says on the top, interview given by Sokol Bashoda to Zeri Kosova in Pristina on 25 December 1998. And my question for you is this your interview?
Duke po.
It seems so, yes.
In the course of giving this...
Mr. President, just for the record, I'm sorry to interrupt, and I apologize to counsel, but just to be clear that in the English it says what the counsel says, but not in the Albanian. Right? So the witness does not see what the counsel says. It says, right? At the top, it doesn't say that at the top in the Albanian original.
I don't think that that affects the witness's answer to my question, but it's noted for the record.
Go ahead.
Now, witness, did you get an opportunity to review the contents of this interview in the preparation session?
Po.
Yes.
Any information that you saw that was false in your interview that you gave here?
Taramio.
Not false, but the writings published in the media, with them we aimed to present the military and political organization of the KLA to the best possible light for the domestic public opinion and also for those abroad.
If we can scroll to the left-hand side in the Albanian version, just on this first page, there's some handwritten annotations in the margin. Is that your handwriting?
Nuk e di.
I don't know. I don't know.
If we could now take that off the screen and put in its place SPOE 4 000014. And it's one page in English and Albanian, or at least one ERN. Now, witness, did you get an opportunity also to review the contents of this in the preparation session?
Po.
Yes.
And what we have is by Haki Marina, and it's an interview with you and Zeri Kosova. This one is a date of 31 December 1998. Is this the same interview as the previous document?
Nuk e di.
I don't know.
Nuk më me krahasu.
I cannot compare it, but if the text is the same, it could be so.
Yes, and if we could refresh the witness's recollection with paragraph 9 of preparation note 2. Witness,
Yes,
I don't
go
want to,
ahead.
thank you, Your Honor. I don't want to go through the full comparison in the courtroom, but last week you said that this document and the previous one are two versions of an interview that you gave to Haki Marina. Is that correct?
Po, po.
Yes, yes.
It's the same question as the other one. Is there anything that you noticed in the contents of this that were false when reviewing it?
Taramio.
Not false. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Ask you about something that you said, which is actually on page 2 of the PDF in English. You're asked a question by the interviewer. You said, what can you say about the early activities and the period up to the first introduction of the KLA to the public on November 1997? And it may be difficult to see the answer on the screen given the small typeface, but I'll read to you the part of your answer I'm interested in so you can hear it through interpretation. When asked that question, you said, "We acted properly and efficiently in pursuing our case. All operation action plans were accurate and the results were uncontested. In many cases, the operations we carried out were so well synchronized that we managed to undertake actions in 8 up to 12 locations in Kosovo on the same minute. So every passing day, we were getting tempered, becoming more professional and structured up to standard military levels." In relation to what you say here about the 8 to 12 locations in Kosovo in the same minute, is that in reference to the synchronized attack against the police stations in 1997?
Well, judging from the information I could receive from the media, I was referring to them precisely.
Thank you. Your Honors, the panel indicated in decision FO 1983 that the first of those two interview versions shown, which is 099794 to 099797, needed further information on the origin and source of that document prior to its admission. The witness's evidence today connected with the newspaper version of the same article, which is again SPOE 4000014, gives additional foundation to this interview and its underlying reliability. We would tender both versions of this at this time.
Any objection?
Yes, it's unclear to us why a second version needs to be admitted if the first version, the newspaper version, is there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
099794 to 099797 and SPOEs 4000014 are both admitted. They should be tagged together, though, as an exhibit number. They are they meet the standard of 138.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Stop just a moment.
Yeah.
Is there any reason you would like them separated rather than tagged together as one exhibit? I know your objection stands, but I just want to know if there's a reason you would like to have them separate.
Well, if they're going to be admitted, then I think they should be separate because there's obviously some unexplained reason why there's a distinction being made between the two, and going forward, if there is a reason that there's a distinction, it should be clear.
All right, we can accommodate that.
Yeah.
We'll do two, Mr. Court Officer will do two separate statements. There are two separate numbers.
Thank you, Your Honors. In that case, ERN 099794 to 099797 and corresponding English translation will be assigned exhibit number P01876, and this one is currently classified as confidential. As for the SPOE 4000014, and the corresponding English translation will be assigned exhibit number P01877, and this one is currently classified as public. Thank you, Your Honors.
Can the first one be now public as well?
Correct, Your Honor.
Reclassified the 186 or 1867 70. I'm sorry, 1876 as public.
Thank you, Your Honors. Will do.
Thank you. And I know we only have a couple more minutes, but I can at least start and use them till 1 o'clock.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes,
Use
so
the time you have.
if the court officer could please put up on the screen now, SPOE 301 in both Albanian and English. Witness, while this is being put up on the screen, in the last interview question that I read to you, they were asking you about early activities up to the first introduction of the KLA to the public on 28 November 1997. And I first wanted to ask you, where was the first public appearance of the KLA in 1997?
Dalja por publike.
The first public appearance occurred on the 28th of November 1997 after a killing that had occurred in Laos after Halit Getz's killing. During the funeral ceremony.
From the KLA were present at that first public appearance?
Many could have been present, but I know the three who appeared to read a political statement.
Who are the names of the three people?
Muj Krasniqi,
Recep Selimi, and Daud Haradinaj.
And who spoke?
Ka folur Recep Selimi.
Recep Selimi spoke.
Turning now to the document that's on the screen, I won't read all of it. This was shown to you in your preparation session. I can just read in part. It is 4 years since the KLA has been in the forefront of the struggle for the liberation of Kosovo. It carried out several liberation operations against the occupiers in sensitive locations, as well as against their Albanian-speaking collaborators, collaborationists. From your review of this item last week, is this the speech of the KLA's first public appearance?
Well, now I cannot remember all of its content, but it was something similar.
And, Your Honors, this was originally denied admission in decision FO1705, that it needed to be contextualized by a witness. We would say that it now is, and we tender it for admission.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
SPOE 00209301 is admitted.
We will be assigned exhibit number P01878, classified as public.
And, Your Honor, I see the time for the break.
Witness, it's time for the lunch break. We will be out of the court for an hour and a half. You are excused now until 2:30. Just so you know ahead of time, this afternoon from 2:30 to 4:30 we will be in session, and then we will be finished for the day after that. You may leave the courtroom with the court usher. Thank you, Mr. Cecchini. You may leave as well. We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, please bring the witness in. We will continue now with the questions from the prosecution. Mr. Howell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Witness. To start,
Good afternoon.
to pull up SPOE 000-52992 to 000-53035 ET revised, and the Albanian corresponding version, the first page of which is SPOE 000-52989, and the page in both we would like shown would be SPOE 000-53010. And witness, as the next document is being put up on the screen, I can orient you a little bit as to what it is. So this is an interview that Kadri Veseli gave with Baton Hasiu in 2009. It was published in 2013. For the record, other pages of this were recently admitted as P1859, but the page that I'm showing now is not yet admitted. And so we have the item on both sides, but the specific page, again, would be SPOE 000-53010. Thank you. And so, witness, I want to direct you to a particular response of Kadri Veseli and ask you a couple of questions about it. So, Mr. Hasiu asks the question of when did Kadri Veseli become chief of Shik, but he gives a more general answer as follows. He says, in fact, we have had our responsibilities during the entire wartime in the period 92 to 98. We had our general staff and the operational staff of the UCK. We did not have separate duties, but did whatever we could. We were engaged in leadership, logistics, and intelligence because the circumstances were such. Witness, my question is what Kadri Veseli is saying here about sharing responsibilities, does that reflect your own understanding of how the KLA leadership worked?
If he's referring to the period 92-98, I don't think that this conclusion is correct due to the fact that there was no possibility to divide tasks in a specific and concrete manner.
Maybe I'll ask the question differently. What Mr. Veseli is talking about is being engaged in various duties. Did the KLA general staff operate through collective or collegial decisions?
Shtabi I përgjithshëm.
The general staff, yes, but the operational staff are the directorates, or rather the zone commanders.
But focusing on the general staff, did these collective or collegial decisions include decisions on punitive measures against collaborators?
Nuk më kujtohet ndonjë rast.
I don't remember any case of the general staff taking decisions for such measures against collaborators. I don't remember any such specific case.
Witness, I'd like to go then to part of your statement, which is admitted into evidence. This would be P 1870.6, and it's page 13. It's short. I can just read it to you. You were asked if a collaborator would continue with his activity, was the zone commander authorized? Was he right to order his killing? And you answered, as I mentioned earlier, it was the general staff that on collegial basis decided about the punitive measures against the enemy collaborators. Is that your evidence?
Nderuar prokuror, më
Let me explain what I've stated in this statement given to the tribunal in the case of Mr. Haradinaj. Here, I had in mind when the communiques of the general staff came out for these specific categories, and in general, what I understood was that these persons had to be punished, or rather warned through communiques, but there was no separate order by the general staff for killing collaborators as stated here. I always had in mind those who turned their guns against the KLA. Those were the traitors, and I was referring to these specific cases, no other cases.
Witness, that doesn't exactly answer my question. Was it the general staff that decided on a collegial basis about the punitive measures against the enemy collaborators? It could be answered with a yes or a no.
Jo, nuk kemi marrë.
No, we didn't take any measures.
When you were given an opportunity to correct your statements last week, why didn't you correct this part?
Unë thash për mosa.
I had the punitive measures in mind in the sense that we did not have any written document for specific cases. For general cases, there were appeals to everyone for them not to collaborate with the enemy. Then it was the responsibility of zone commanders for further actions.
And what you've just described, was that a collective decision of the general staff?
Po besoj se ka qenë mendim kolektiv.
I believe it was a collective decision.
Thank you. The document can be taken off the screen. You talk a lot about collaborators in your admitted evidence. There are certain aspects of your evidence on collaborators that I'd like to explore now. I actually have 5 distinct areas that I wanted to ask you about, and the first one I will call publicity. here's my question. Was the KLA General Staff's purpose when issuing communiques against collaborators to make it clear that no one could behave that way?
Underover Prokuror,
Respected prosecutor, in a time of war, the enemy focuses on its collaborators for them to enter the territory of the opposing side. And of course, they represented a great risk for the sacred war led by the KLA, and therefore they were dangerous.
That's helpful. It's not exactly what my question is, though. My question is about the purpose of the communiques in relation to collaborators. Did it have a deterrent purpose to discourage others from doing the same thing?
Chalimi Cruz.
The main purpose was to deter them from collaborating with the occupying force. They were a warning.
Understood. The second of the 5 areas I wanted to ask you about, I'll call tasks. Was KLA intelligence, actually, scratch that. Before moving on, there was something in your preparation session I wanted to ask you about. In P 1873, at paragraph 16, you said communiques were political statements directed at the population so they would be prepared. Could you develop a little more what you meant by that, so the civilian population would be prepared?
Well, I was not able to follow all the communiques or most of them. However, for those that I saw, they were an appeal to all the citizens to inform them of the work and the war of the KLA, and of course they contained also a call addressed to those who were damaging to the war of the KLA and of the Albanian people, so that they would be careful and so that the war would suffer no harm.
Thank you. As I was just saying before, the second area I've called tasks. My question to you on this one is, was KLA intelligence collecting information on persons of interest?
If you allow me, I would like to explain something before answering this question on the information service, 2-3 sentences. It wasn't clear then, nor it is now to me, what were the tasks of the intelligence service, counterintelligence service. It is a field that was never something of my interest. It is something that I don't know much of. These are similar services, but they have specific tasks. And to answer your question, I do not know if Kadri Veseli carried out this task. The question was that if he collected information on the ground.
You mentioned Kadri Veseli in your last answer, but that wasn't in my question. Why did you say Kadri Veseli there?
Kadri Veseli, following the restructuring of the KLA, was the leader of the intelligence service.
And as to what you were saying about the limits of your knowledge on intelligence, I wanted to go again to part of your statement. This is another short extract. This is P1870.2, and it covers pages 10 to 11. And you were talking about distributing FARC officers under the KLA. And you were asked, did this work fine? Was it a smooth operation? And you answered, in general, it went well. We had criticisms of the Duka-Gini zone because Tahir Zemai was established there. And on the basis of the intelligence service that we possessed within the KLA, we had been informed that he earlier had been a drug dealer and had been convicted in earlier years past. So there was this officer or commander that the intelligence service looked into. Isn't that right?
Commander in the intelligence service? I didn't understand it.
Sorry, I was referring to Tahir Zemai as the commander or the officer being looked into, if that clarifies my question.
I understood it now. Honored prosecutor, I try to give an explanation concerning the statement I gave. The problem I had when giving that statement was the problem with the translation. With the translator, when I was interviewed, there was a person who spoke Albanian but was not Albanian, and the terms got confused. In this concrete case, I don't know who said it, but it was said that we learned from the services about Tahir Zemai, but I do not know who said this to me.
You were mentioning here that there was an issue with the interpretation in the Albanian. Witness, are you aware that the ICTY audio recorded this interview?
Yes.
Perhaps it would be helpful to play the tape then on this particular part. The court officer is asked to pull up T0005325-1-B, and the timestamp is 3253 to 3401. Your Honors, we've asked the court officer if it's possible to have the transcripts up when these audios are played, and apparently that is possible. So just to make sure everything is clear, could we also have up on the screen P1870.2 in English and Albanian, and again, the beginning of the quote, I think, is on page 10 in both languages. And witness, this is going to take a moment to set up, but we are able, we hope, to play your words to the ICTY on this point in 2006. And the court officer can play the tape when ready. Again, the timestamp is 3253 to 3401.
Två.
Yes.
Can be taken off the screen. Going to the third of the 5 areas, I will call this one the definition of the term collaborator. As you understood the term, could a collaborator or a traitor, could that include someone who didn't stay loyal to the KLA cause?
In that interview, I only expressed my position, not that of the general staff, because the word collaborator is not even Albanian. It comes from a foreign word. It was a proposal of mine. Collaborators, I believe, are not only those who did not respond to the cause, but also those who fought with their weapons against that cause, against the struggle of the Albanians for freedom.
The fourth area that I wanted to explore is something that I would call necessity. And I believe you've addressed this to some extent already, but just to confirm, was it necessary for the KLA to seek out and find collaborators within the territory under its control?
I do not believe it was necessary, but in reality, at that time, Serbia had installed its local police within the territories of the KLA. In reality, although we say that the territories were under KLA control, that was not always the case. There were Serb local police in the villages. They were armed and uniformed. And they were at the service of the Serbian military and police forces, that is, at the service of the Serbian apparatus.
Witness, I'd like to go back to another part of your prior statements that's been admitted. This would be P 1870.3, and it's a longer quote on pages 15 to 16. And you say the following: a collaborationist, and we know that this word means an active collaborator with the enemy, in general, these did much more damage to us as individuals than any individual Serbian policeman or soldier, because they would be able to, it's indiscernible, in zones under the control of the KLA-2. And by a decision of the General Staff, these people were considered, they were being instruments of the Milosevic police and military regime. And the steps, measures taken against them were intended to convey the message that nobody should behave in this way again. So witness, collaborators were especially dangerous, weren't they?
Well, they could cause greater damage than the Serb police and military forces themselves, because the police and military could be faced frontally, whereas they carried out their activities within the positions of the KLA in a camouflaged, so to say, manner.
Now, witness, I notice in your last answer there you make a distinction between collaborators and police and military. So collaborators were more than just fighters, weren't they?
Bashkëpunëtorët
Collaborators, not more than just fighters. It was the local police that posed greater danger than the others because they were armed.
You also said on page 99 of the real-time transcript that collaborators are not only those who did not respond to the cause, but also those who fought with their weapons against that cause. Witness, doesn't that also mean that those who did not respond to the cause could also be called collaborators?
jo ata personat të cilat që kanë
Not those who did not respond to the cause. To tell you the truth, in the KLA war, not every citizen of Kosovo was active participant in the war, and we cannot call those citizens who did not respond to the cause collaborators.
But witness, you said in this courtroom 5 minutes ago, collaborators, I believe, are not only those who did not respond to the cause, but also those who fought with their weapons against that cause. Isn't that right?
bashkëpunëtorët të cilat
Collaborators, those who fought armed, yes. Those collaborationists or those policemen who were installed, or even if they were collaborators of the enemy, they were no risk for us as long as they did not carry out activities against the KLA or uncover our positions or our weapons.
It would be helpful here, and we're going back into the question of definition, to go to exactly how you define this term in your ICTY statement. And it may be helpful to play the tape here as well. Could the court officer please pull up T0005326-1-B, and the timestamp will be from the 45-second mark to the 2-minute 4-second mark. And the corresponding, just wait a moment.
Court officer reminds us that there might be some confidential information on that, and we should go into private session.
Very well.
So we will go into private session for the playing of this, just for the audio.
Mr. Harling, it's apparently the status of the document which is still confidential, and if the sound goes out, it goes out to the public.
Very well. Happy to proceed as the court requires.
All right. Into private session, please.
Sorry, Mr. Harling. One question.
Your Honor, in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, to reorient where we are, we've talked about publicity, tasks, definition, necessity. The last area I wanted to ask you about was on killings. Could KLA units take measures to kill spies and traitors following a decision of the General Staff?
I need to clarify again, there were no specific orders from the General Staff of the KLA to kill somebody in particular. What was published through public communiques is where I got this definition that I gave during the interview. Those who faced armed persons who caught in the act turned their weapons against the KLA. The order was to resist until the killing. We had such cases where our co-fighters were killed just because they passed by the house of a local policeman or a Serb collaborationist. Our soldiers were wounded just because they walked by or passed by the house of that person without having had any problems with that person. We have the case of the commander of the KLA, Krasniqi, who was wounded in such a case. We have also soldiers of ours, who were arrested by such people.
I was talking about specific orders, which is not exactly the question that I asked. I'll ask it again. Could KLA units take measures to kill spies and traitors following a decision of the General Staff?
Every zone commander and every zone had the right to decide on these matters personally. But again, I reiterate, at least I do not remember that there was an order, a specific order addressing such cases.
To your statement on this, I think the audio is not necessary for this one, but if we could have on the screen P1870.6, page 14 in the English, and pages 15 to 16 in the Albanian. And witness, just one moment while we get the words of your prior statement on the screen. So if we scroll down the page in English, and I'll start with line 11, you're asked the following: but whose right was it to take the decision that a highly valued collaborator who carried on with his work could be killed? And then there's a little back and forth, but then you're asked again, but who was it that gave them that right? I mean, who did? And you said the General Staff. Is that your evidence?
I always refer to the public communiques.
I understand that, but that's not my question. Is it your evidence, and it said here, that the General Staff had the right to make a decision that a collaborator be killed?
I say it again. in an interview given at the time, during which I didn't have the possibility to clarify further because I wasn't called to testify, I am not aware of the existence of any document in which the General Staff has given an order to kill somebody. An appeal was made through the public communiques. This is how I viewed that the orders were issued, through the communiques, not a specific order. The legal jargon is unknown to me. I didn't really pay much attention to the weight of the description in the legal sense or perspective.
Yes. And I'm not asking for your description in the legal sense, but I am asking now, when you were given an opportunity to correct your prior statements in the preparation session, there is no clarification indicated on this page. So is what's said here correct?
This is correct. We had 3 documents during those days, and we also had the problem of determining the pages which we went through. And I do not know why this was not corrected, but I am saying it again with my full responsibility that here I only refer to the political statements made by the General Staff in relation to these categories.
And if we go to the previous page in both versions of the statement, so this would be page 13 in the English and page 14 in the Albanian, this is a quote that we saw earlier, and when you were asked, was the zone commander authorized, was he right to order his killing? And then you said, as I mentioned earlier, it was the General Staff that on collegial basis decided about the punitive measures against the enemy collaborators. You mentioned punitive measures in response to a question about killings, because killings were the punitive measures. Isn't that right?
Very leading question, Your Honours.
This is already in evidence.
Sustained.
I'll ask it differently. Why did you mention punitive measures in this context decided by the General Staff in answer to a question about killings?
For the same reason I mentioned before. Always referring to those communiques for these same categories which acted armed against our soldiers. This is the whole context of this.
Talking about what you've learned from the communiques, why don't we look at a couple of them before we continue? Can we please put up on the screen P273 in English and Albanian? This is communique number 28. Witness, this is a communique that is talking about decisions that were made by the Central Staff in December 1996 and January 1997. It talks about the killing of 2 collaborators. I wanted to just focus on the second one for a moment, and I can read to you the relevant portion. The second assassination was against Malik Sheholi, who was an SSP member of parliament and an old UDBA collaborator. He had taken part in the funeral of anti-Albanian Serbian criminal Miloš Nikolić, executed by our units on 25 October 1996, and read the obituary on that occasion. Witness, my question is, why was it relevant in this communique to talk about reading an obituary at a funeral of another collaborator?
I cannot comment on this because this is the first time I see this communique. I do not know about this. This was issued outside Kosovo, and I do not know the reasons related to this. I do not know this, and I have not seen this document.
Were from December 1996 and 9 January 1997, according to the first line of the communique. Were you in the central staff at that time?
Yes, I was part of it, but this communique is unknown to me, and the cases referred to in it are unknown to me. Because for a citizen who participated in a burial ceremony, that person should not have been considered to take measures indicated here against him. But this is not a document that I know.
Are you aware of the central staff ever issuing a correction or a retraction to this communique?
No.
We'll look at one more. If we could go to P274 in Albanian and English. And witness, just to orient you, this is communique 29. So this is the one immediately after the one I just showed you. It also begins by decision of the KLA Central Staff in the Operational Zone 1. Our armed units carried out a number of liberating actions. It then talks about killing multiple people. I want to focus on the second one, where it says the following. The second liberating action was carried out on 16 January 1997, around 8 a.m., against the sworn enemy of the Albanian people, the rector of the Serb University in Pristina, Radivoje Popović. His personal driver, Nikola Lalic, was severely wounded during this action too. The consequences of his anti-Albanian activities, especially within the educational system, are well known to all. Witness, was someone engaged in anti-Albanian education activities fighting the KLA?
No.
Why did the Central Staff issue a communique or take a decision to execute this person, with this being part of the basis?
Again, I do not know this communique either. At the time of the Central Staff, I know that it was said that communiques were written abroad and that Gjeladin Gashi and Eit Hassani were those who dealt mostly with these.
Of the Central Staff issuing any correction or retraction to this communique?
Yes. No, I am not aware. I am seeing it for the first time here.
it can be taken off the screen. So witness, now that we've covered these areas that I was describing earlier, publicity, tasks, definition, necessity, killings, I would like to show you a document. Could we please pull up on the screen 0189 1161 to 0189 1309 in Albanian. And that can just stay on one side of the screen. I'm going to call up different English translation extracts with this. The first one being 0189 1161 to 0189 1163. And witness, we'll just wait a moment for this document to be put on the screen. So witness, I showed this at the beginning just to orient you as to what the document is that I was about to discuss with you. You can see here, it says top secret, and then it's the same Albanian words of the LPK we saw earlier, the Vizia Populare e Kosova, the Popular Movement of Kosovo, and it's called Liridon Kosova, a study, questions of the strategy and tactics of the Patriotic War in Kosovo, Volume 1, and if we scroll down to the bottom, just to see it says Pristina, 1993. Now, witness, as I understand it, you have not seen this document before, is that right?
You.
That's right, I haven't.
Just to orient you a little further, if we go to the next page in each version, it says that it is on intelligence and counterintelligence. And if you scroll down, if the court officer could scroll down on the page, you see it says Volume 1, Pristina 1993. And then going to the last page, not of the entire book, just the last page of the English transcript. So this is page 3. And then one more in the Albanian. Just to see here, there's also an oath for the LPK on this page. This study has certain comments within it that I wanted to show you to see how it compares to your evidence. And I'd like to start with the question of publicity. So in the Albanian, if we could go to page 0189, 1286, and in the English, pull up the extract with that same page, which is 0189, 1286 to 0189, 1287 ET. So the page in Albanian is correct. The English extract is a different ERN. So this document can be closed, and the one opened is 0189 1286 to 0189 1287 -ET. And so, yes, why don't we stay on this page? Because we're not talking about the publicity here, but we are
Microphone, please.
talking about the publicity here. We're actually talking about the definition here. So why don't we start here with the definition? If we scroll down to the bottom of the page where it says the betrayal of collaborators, so if the Albanian is scrolled to the bottom, this is how this LPK intelligence study defines the word traitor. A traitor is someone who comes out against the fatherland, the people, the movement, etc., who joins with the enemy, collaborating with him or doing his work, divulges important secrets, doesn't stay loyal to the principles and ideas of a great cause, spies on his comrades, the one who violates his oath. Witness, isn't this similar to the definition of a collaborator you gave to the ICTY in 2006?
Mund të ketë ndonjë ndërlidhje kështu?
There might be similarities, but this is not the source of what I said there. This doesn't mean that what I said was taken from this or that document of the LPK. It might be a mere coincidence. That was my personal proposal, and I think that in any country in the world, there is the same definition referring to these categories. When I said it then, I did not refer to any documents of the movement or to the general staff. I just attempted to give an explanation based on the knowledge I had at the time.
Would you like to take a break? Yes.
Witness, we'll give you a 10-minute break at this time. You can leave the courtroom with the court usher. Please. Thank you. We are adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, please bring the witness in. All right, Mr. Bashota, we continue with questions from the SPO. Please give them your attention. Mr. Helling.
Thank you, Your Honor. And witness, we'll stay on this study for a bit more. If we could now go to page 0189-1252 in the Albanian and English. This one, the English extract, can be found at 0189-1251 to 0189-1256-ET. A witness will just wait a moment for the next page to be put on the screen. Now, we just talked about definitions just before the break. If we can go to the next page in the English, we can now talk about publicity. And it's the second paragraph on this page. Liradon Kosova says the following: at the appropriate time, it should be made clear to the entire population that no one should think that the criminals will be spared or that they would remain undiscovered. And my question is, isn't this also the reason you have given for why the KLA General Staff publicized collaboration in the communiques?
Honored prosecutor, I'm not here to dispute the materials that you're showing me. I don't know who this Liradon Kosova is and what study he conducted, but this does not correspond with the war of the KLA and the work of the KLA and the General Staff. This looks to me more like a material of the People's Movement of Kosovo than of the General Staff.
To be clear, I understand that you've not seen the study before. I'm just asking you to compare propositions drawn from it to what you know about the KLA. And so you said that this does not correspond with the war of the KLA and the work of the General Staff. Explain why.
Simply, these were not our visions. These are not documents that came from us. If a document came from General Staff, that document would not be referring to this document or to this study. This is what I'm trying to say. They may be similar, certain excerpts and fragments. I don't know what this study is, in what year it was written.
The information that we have is 1993, from what I showed you earlier. But let's focus then on similarity and turn to tasks. That's on this same page, actually. If we could just scroll up to the top of the page. The study says the following: the intelligence service gathers news from the people about the main people of the reaction, for example, about the officers, commanders, schismatics of the movement, police wardens, judges, and other people to be handed over to the National Liberation Combat Units. Investigations are also conducted into those elements suspected of having collaborated with the reaction in order to discover the camouflage traitors and spies. Witness, here it's talking about officers, commanders, other such people. Isn't this similar to what KLA intelligence was doing with Tahir Zemai?
Nuk mund ta them këtë.
I cannot say that. It seems to me an inadequate comparison.
Zema
Tahir Zemai, and excuse me for my knowledge, when he was convicted for drug dealing, I think that was public knowledge, and therefore it cannot be compared in this context.
If the intelligence services derived their information about collaborators from public knowledge, what would have been different in what you said about Tahir Zemai versus any other collaborator? Forgive me, I think that question might be unclear. I'll ask it again. Why is the information being publicly available affect the similarity in what is on the page here to what you know about the KLA General Staff?
Unë nuk po shoh ndonjë ngjashmëri.
I don't see any similarity between this and the general staff. I simply don't see it.
Zemai a commander at the time the intelligence service looked into him?
Commandant,
Commander, in what sense? Can you please be more clear? KLA commander or commander in former Yugoslav ranks?
Did he have a position of leadership coming from the FARC to the KLA?
Nuk e di këtë.
This I don't know.
Do you know?
E di që ka qenë.
Excuse me, I know that he was a professional officer from the Yugoslav time. As to what his duty in FARC or by FARC was, that I don't know.
And officers and commanders are in the sentence I read to you. Focusing now on necessity, we need now page 0189, 1260 of the study. This is a different extract in English, 0189, 1260 to 0189 1261-ET, and it's the first page in the English extract. So now it says just under the heading, after liberating the zones, regions, villages, and cities, the intelligence service devotes itself intensively to the work of seeking out, finding, pursuing, and eliminating the criminals, spies, and traitors. And my question, witness, is didn't the KLA feel the same need to find collaborators within the territory it controlled?
I said that it was within the competence of the zones to secure the going well of affairs within their own zones. What I know, that up until 1993 and during the period I was at the central staff. There was no intelligence service. For whom this study was meant, the study of this person, which from this name I can say is a pseudonym, but from what I can see from this document, it seems to me it was created for the needs of the LPK, of the movement.
I follow your answer, but just to be clear, when you say, which from this name I can say is a pseudonym, just to be clear, why do you think Liridon Kosova is a pseudonym?
Po mendoj se unë dëgju se emër.
I have not heard it as a name of someone who's carried out a study. Without this name passing by our ears, so to say, I have not heard this name in the capacity of somebody who did a study.
Just for my understanding in Albanian, is Liridon Kosovo mean something equivalent to freedom for Kosovo? Is that right?
If we pronounce it correctly, it's composed of two words, liri, which means freedom, and don, which means loving. This is the meaning. Two words joined in one.
Understood. Now to go to the last of the 5 areas on killings, we now need page 0189, 0188 in the Albanian. That same page can be found within English extract 0189, 1172, 0189, 1197-ET. And again, witness, we'll put this page on the screen. I'll ask you a question, and this will be the last of the quotes from the study I wanted to show you. So it's 0188 in the Albanian. Or I guess to be correct, it would be 1188. Yes, thank you, Mr. Court Officer. We'll just wait one more moment for the English. We've gone a little too far, just a few pages back. Two more. There. And it's the paragraph towards the bottom of the page, if we can scroll down in the Albanian, beginning with the clandestine units. So witness, here is what the study says on this. The clandestine squads can carry out various actions, such as the killing of spies and traitors, officers, and policemen. And my question is, isn't this, in general terms, what the KLA General Staff authorized KLA units to do with spies and traitors.
Again, I do not want to prejudice why you're referring to this document. Maybe there are similarities, but here it refers to LPK activity, and in real terms, I cannot make any comparison. We did not refer to this document for anything. I'm not saying that this is not a written document, that the LPK didn't use it, and I do not have any information to that effect.
Thank you, witness. Your Honors, this witness has been engaging with this study for a while now and mentioning the word similarities on repeated occasions. This study was recovered by the Serbian forces in Kosovo and given to the ICTY. The LPK, as is established in the evidence, is a historical precursor to the KLA. This item says it's an LPK study on intelligence tactics, and these tactics remarkably overlap with the charged joint criminal enterprise and how this witness describes KLA anti-collaborator efforts. We would say that this study is prima facie admissible, and we would tender the English translated pages within 0189 1161, 0189 1309 for admission as one exhibit.
Mr. President, before Mr. Dixon begins the objections, Mr. Halling just said that he knows it was recovered from Serbian forces in Kosovo. I don't believe we have that information, so I'd like a proffer as to where that comes from.
Perhaps it's best to continue this outside the presence of the witness in this counsel.
Witness, you'll be excused for just a few minutes. Yeah, well, should we be in private session?
I think for what I'm going to say, this can be said in open session. I was expecting perhaps the objections may take on more details than just this one.
Well, yes, we will go into private session. 29 minutes left. What's that?
Mr. President, we've taken a quick, oh, sorry.
Your Honor, we're in public session now.
Just for the prosecutor's benefit, we've taken a quick look at the document he cited, and the document he cited doesn't cite this document that he's attempting to tender as a document that was subject to that inquiry to the Serbian authorities, which would explain why we don't have any information about it. Yes. Since we're not going to deal with it until Monday, then that's fine. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Mr. Dixon still wants to look at the document. I don't
Okay.
blame him.
All right, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, we'll be adjourned for 5 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Let's go back into private session.
Your Honor, we are in public session. Thank you.
Thank you, Honours. We do object. We say that this document hasn't even come anywhere near to the threshold for admissibility. We have been able to confirm that as far as we know, this document was part of documents recovered by Serbian forces in Kosovo. But that's the extent of it. We don't know the circumstances, and we certainly don't know anything about the source of the document itself, who was the author, what the circumstances were of the production of that document. This witness is not able to assist with that at all. I appreciate that Mr. Helling went through an exercise in his 5 categories of doing a comparison. That's on the record. There's no objection to that. We did object in parts because it was very leading, but that's a separate matter. But that exercise cannot allow for this document then to come in through the back door of that. This witness was not able to recognize anything about the document that gives it any indicia of authenticity or shows where it came from as part of that and what the circumstances were of the creation of it to be able to use the document. Mr. Helling's submission that there's a remarkable overlap as a basis between what the witness said and what's in the document is also in our submission not true. The witness was able to say there may be some sort of similarities, and simply to talk about the fact that collaborators, for example, may be dangerous, and therefore to say because a document says the collaborators are dangerous, therefore that document can come in, is not enough. That is clutching at straws in our submission. It's a desperate attempt to get in a document when there are other ways to do it properly according to the rules. So that's our objection, Your Honours.
Thank you. And we are going to mark it MFI merely because we want to go back over the transcript of the questioning before to make sure that there isn't any other information that we haven't discussed. So we will mark it MFI, Mr. Court Officer, and we will try to rule on it Monday before you cross-examine.
Mr. President, I would just add on top of what Mr. Dixon said that in addition to agreeing that there actually weren't similarities, there was one point where Mr. Halling compared the issue of Tahir Zemai with what was written here concerning commanders, etc. The proffer is that this is written in 1993. There were no FARC commanders, and I think the witness himself tried to suggest that he would have understood this, if it's 1993, to be referring to Yugoslav officers, right? So we don't think that there's a similarity between Tahir Zemai's case and what's written in what's written here purportedly in 1993. In addition, I just wish to note that as far as we can tell, based on what's been disclosed to us, there's been no one in the KLA or the LPK who's been interviewed by the SPO who's claimed any knowledge of this document. And so putting it in this way through this witness for purposes of similarity is not proper. Thank you.
Can we just respond to that? Because
Yeah,
that's
certainly.
not entirely true. We interviewed Emir Zamali, who indeed did not comment on this or really any other thing in his SPO interview. But he is the author of the LPK history timeline that's currently under MFI designation. He gave an interview in an interview that's a Rule 1023 document, SPOE 00361-031 to 00361-044, and on page SPOE 000-361-034, and there are footnotes worth following, he did say the theoretical work on the LPK strategy and tactics of this war is reflected in a 4-volume body of work put together by military experts overseen by the LPK leadership. The introduction of each volume has the oath of the LPK fighter, which became the oath of the KLA fighter later on. Thus, the LPK military program in 1994 had the platform of national unification in its political section, the unification of all Albanian territories in the former Yugoslavia, with Albania was embodied in the KLA goal and expressed through the oath of the KLA soldier. And one of the footnotes in that sentence is to Liradon Kosova, 4 volumes of military study of the LPKJ, so far unpublished archive material on LPK and KLA. And that is disclosed.
It's disclosed, but it's not of record. It's not admitted.
Correct. We reserve the right to seek to add it to the list of exhibits, but counsel said that there is no one in the case record that has been interviewed that comments on this, and there is someone who was interviewed that comments on this.
May I respond, Mr. President? I think that's misleading. He was interviewed by the SPO and did not say he had knowledge of this document, which is what I said. And they've also interviewed other witnesses, some of whom have been dropped, who we have a pending motion with you about, who also have claimed no knowledge of this document. So I stand by what I said, and I think Mr. Halling has confirmed that in his SPO interview, Mr. Jamaili did not say he had knowledge of this document.
Thank you. It's an interesting, intriguing question, and we will try to give it our attention, hopefully by Monday morning.
Your Honor, I just have one issue. It refers to the document that Mr. Halling has cited, and if it's at page 5009538 of the document, I see at paragraph 12 there was a request to the Serbian authorities to provide further specific details. I'm not aware of any response that has been disclosed. Perhaps my learned friend could assist us, whether or not there was a response received, and if that has been disclosed to us.
I think I have now given all of the information that I'm aware of as to the provenance of this document.
Thank you. Bring the witness in, please, Madam Usher. You can go ahead and mark that MFI.
Your Honors, it will be marked with as MFI'd as P01879. Thank you, Your Honors.
How are you doing on time, Mr. Halling?
The procedural discussions are causing delays. I still hope to finish in the first session on Monday.
All right, Mr. Bashota, we just have a few more minutes yet today. I'm sure you'll be glad to hear that. So we will begin once again with Mr. Holling.
Thank you, Your Honor. And witness, in what time we have left today, I did want to move on to a different topic. Was there a general staff meeting in Negros that you attended in around the middle of 1998?
I cannot call it a meeting of the general staff, but there was a meeting.
Understood. Who were the attendees at the meeting?
Jakub Krasniqi, I, Lahi Ibrahimi, Recep Selimi, Kadri Veseli, and I remember Hashim Thaçi. Yes, these were. No one else.
All the people that you just mentioned, including yourself, KLA general staff members.
Later on, yes.
What was discussed in this meeting?
At the time, the civilians started mobilizing and taking up weapons, joining voluntarily the ranks of the KLA. And there was an impression created that when various propaganda was spread in the public opinion referring to the objectives or aims of the KLA, so it was thought reasonable to speak with one single voice and transmit the aims and the objectives of the sacred war of the KLA. Mr. Jakub Krasniqi was on this occasion appointed as a spokesperson of the KLA.
So, just to be clear, if I understood your answer, on the occasion of the Negros meeting, that was when Jakub Krasniqi was appointed the spokesperson of the KLA? Is that right?
Yes, as I remember, yes.
Were there any other appointments discussed at this meeting?
They were discussed, but they remained on paper only. People could not be assigned the duties because of the circumstances, because at that time there were only small groups, like points, and these functions could not be exercised.
Do you remember what the functions were, even if they weren't exercised at that time?
I do not recall them exactly.
Were KLA directorates established on or before this Negros meeting? To be clear, I mean general staff directorates.
The directorates were created later on, as I remember. I do not know exactly when, but later on.
Are you familiar with the NATO terminology of G1, G2, G3, and so on for naming things like directorates?
When Bislim Zurabi came, he dealt mostly with the restructuring of the KLA and set up these G1, G2, G3s.
About the appointments being on paper and becoming effective later, was Bislim Zurabi's arrival when the appointment started to become effective?
Me thonë të drejtën kur ka ardhur
To tell you the truth, when Bislim Zirabi arrived in Kosovo, he created a completely new dynamic with respect to the restructuring of the KLA. I do not know if he referred to the NATO organizational structure or any other army, but in effect, he managed to make it functional and standardize the whole structure, starting with the company up to the general staff.
Did Bislam Zarapi arrive in Kosovo near in time to the occurrence of this meeting?
nuk e kujtohet.
I do not remember. I do not remember. I think, I'm not sure.
Your Honor, if we could just go to paragraph 48 of preparation note 2 to probe a potential inconsistency.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Witness, this is from what you said last week in your preparation session, talking about the appointments and Negrots. These appointments only started to take effect after the arrival of proper officers like Bislam Zarapi. To your recollection, Bislam Zarapi arrived in Kosovo a short time after this meeting. Is that correct, or at least to the best of your recollection, correct?
And I said it, I do not remember exactly, but I think yes. I wouldn't know how to define shortly after. But yes, he arrived in those days, I think.
Your Honor, I see the time. We'll continue with this subject on Monday.
All right, thank you. Witness, that is the end of your testimony for today. We'll be back here Monday at 9 o'clock. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you, Mr. Cecchini, for your presence. We will see you on Monday. We're adjourned until 9 a.m. Monday.
All rise.